G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more of my Scrapyard Nomad series where I'm testing my Scrapyard 2 mod, and I've added a whole bunch of stuff this week. I've nearly doubled the number of salvage spawns out there. I have unknown signals. I have random planetary encounters. I have all these things, and hopefully I'll actually run into some of these new things during the stream. And I say hopefully because it is random. I don't have any control over it. I have had to start myself in a brand new world. So obviously I had to copy and paste in my rover here, which is why you see some different... Oh, speaking of salvage, let's go. Just why you see some different markers on my HUD. Because obviously in the previous one, in the other world, I did know where some trade stations were. But in this one, I didn't. And I figured I'd just give myself all the trade stations that are on the planet. Which sounds easy, but was actually a bit of a pain in the backside. There's a mod out there by KevMeUp that gives you all of the different trade stations, like in the whole save. And so I used that, got all of them in the save, and then had to figure out which ones were still on the planet. There are a lot on this planet. There are 8. Oh, and there's some more scrap. So yeah, there's quite a bit. I'm so interested to see how... So, I did test most of the new spawns. Some of them I threw in late last night, and they might not be as tested as thoroughly as I would have liked. So if we find some oddly oriented buildings, I'll be noting down their spawn group so that I can fix it. Because it's, yeah. It's possible that some of them have got something wrong. Now you might have noticed that the broadcast for this random encounter does turn on and off, just sort of similar to the vanilla ones, but also sort of different. It's more of a regular on-off. I forgot to retract nothing. It's perfectly normal to have a giant boom sticking off the side of your rover, also known as a tree catcher. It'll be fine. It'll definitely, probably, totally not be an absolute disaster to have that there. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Thank you, Beldenik. Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you very kindly. And thank you, Unidentified Flying Cheese, for the reminder that there is flying cheese that is unidentified on the side of my rover. And thank you for the 39 months. Thank you, Jay Moran. Thank you for Prime Sub. Thank you, Dev, for the Prime Sub and all the help with everything. Thank you, Pastor Rod, for the Prime Sub as well. And Shy Gamer. Thank you for the Prime Sub too. This looks familiar. But this is using a vanilla spawner, which I think is cool. Okay. Now what loot have we got? Because this loot is also random. I managed to get the randomized looting going. Ah, no. Oh no, I say oh no because I probably want to take this. Oh. Oh. Now I'm in that spot. Oh no, don't take the expired slop. No. Do not. We learned that lesson. That almost killed me. Do not want to die from expired slop. Do I want to bring large hydrogen tank with me? I don't know. I don't think I don't know. I don't know. What was in that? Oh, more food. Ramen. And there might be stuff at the top, but that's just going to be a pain to get. Thank you, Ghost Creed. Thank you so much for the gift sub. You have to take it as punishment for having it enabled. What? No. No, I think we're okay without that. Because what? We've got 2 small grid larges. So I don't... Yeah, no, I'm gonna not. Something I have done between last week and this week, other than all of the mod updates, is I have also made my grabby hands less strong. So we'll see what impact that has. Oh, how convenient. This was actually west. Alright, let's head to Gilman Station and see if we can get some salvage missions. So that'll be nice. Need a lift arm on the rover for those highly placed scrap items. Yeah, I would like to build a crane on this. Oh, thanks, Shy Gamer. Thank you for the 15 bits. And that time I checked to make sure that the mic was muted before I blew my nose. Because that was really bad the other day with Shaq. Oh. Run down all the crates and bins? Nah. Why? It's just mass that's gonna make my rover tip over. I wanna pull up at this trade station and do some more reorganization on the truck and try and improve the truck a bit, that sort of thing. The lift arm needs to be long enough to reach up and catch tower cranes? I don't know about that. I feel like that's... I don't know. There's a certain point where you build a crane and you're like, I have overbuilt this. It has practical use, but it is overbuilt. Am I almost at the... Where is this? The sun's like directly up or something. I'm still heading west, but north-ish. So that's okay. Man, I love having the compass on a script on an LCD. So good. Oh, unidentified flying cheese! Thank you very much. 5 gift subs. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. A 6-kilometer crane so I can salvage stuff behind me. Yep. So my hope had been to learn a little bit of MRMOS in between the last stream and this one. And that didn't happen. Because I spent much of my time trying to improve the mod instead and completely forgot that that was my goal because I wanted to get some of the core functionality sorted. So that was things like getting the unknown signals replaced. So we'll see if I come across any unknown signals. We'll go and hunt them down. Getting the planetary encounters replaced because I think having planetary encounters, having unknown signals, and having salvage missions is as close as I can get to the MES experience with the vanilla experience. So I really wanted to get those done and have the random loot. Random loot, by the way, pain in the backside. I have to do it to the prefab after I export the prefab. It's really annoying. Oh yeah, and my my SSD on my stream rig dying in the same week. Yeah, that's true. That happened too. That happened too. Thank you, Beldenick. Thank you again. Thank you for another 5 gift subs. Oh, and you got a Steve in there. Haven't seen many... Speaking of MES spawns, I've only seen that one. Oh well, at least we got all the vanilla stuff if we get stuck. 14 Ks. So one of the things I changed about the missions from the stations is previously I had it so that there were a few salvage missions, and I found another number I could tweak. So now we should get a whole lot more missions at each station. So that should work quite favorably for giving me plenty of places to go and explore as I travel around the planet. Thanks, Gutsia. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thanks, Kazuma. Thanks, Them Stardust. Thank you for the 45 bits. Do I still have the poison gas in the low ground on this scrapyard? No, that's a separate mod made by The Fool, which was originally going to be my big change for another scrapyard, to give you richer loot and try and introduce mechanics where you could balance risk and reward for yourself. I ran into a few problems with that. The main one being that it became increasingly apparent that balancing the risk and reward for that is very difficult to make it fun. And it's not something I've given up on. It's just something that I went, oh, okay. Also, planet modding's really hard. And I needed to make a custom planet for it to make it work the way I wanted. So I kind of just... I ran into a lot of headwinds for that. And then... the news of Economy 2 came out, and that very much sidetracked me into this, which I think is probably the better intermediary step anyway. Get a version of Scrapyard that can work for everyone, like including consoles. Use that to enhance the version that's on Steam, because all of this economy stuff, this is... okay, there are still getting some spawns, they're just happening behind me. All this stuff's still going to be part of the Steam version, but the Steam version is also going to get all of these builds as MES spawns with the surrounding buildings and the other stuff that an MES style spawner can do that Keen's one can't. The biggest difference between the two spawners becomes apparent when you play on a planet that's not particularly flat. Also, I'm going the wrong way. I should be going east, shouldn't I? Wait, should I be going east or west? I can't remember now. No, it's west. Because I want the sun behind me. Yeah, it's west. Oh, I'm losing my mind. Thank you, Quick. Thank you very much for the 10 gift subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Beltonic, thank you for another 5 gift subs. Thank you. And thank you, Jolly Jerry. Thank you for the Prime sub. Go west, yes. Yeah, I need to chase the sun, but I'm getting ahead of the sun, so ideally the sun should be behind me. Thank you, everyone. But yeah, I think I should be able to make a... Especially with the wild numbers of submissions you guys have been sending in for including in the Scrapyard series, in the mod. At some point, I'm going to have enough parts that I can just throw builds together quickly. Yesterday, I was adding a few extra, like, bigger spawns. And I was like, oh, I think I'll probably get about 3 done. And in the end, I got 8. Now, I haven't added random loot to those yet, so I'm going to have to do that later, but... If you're wondering why some of the spawns I come across don't have any loot in the containers, that's why! Because there is no automated process for that. It is something I have to do editing a text file. Well, editing an SBC. What did I end up setting the day length to? It's something like 7 hours. It's around there. It seemed to be, the last week, it seemed to be long enough that I can stop and build some stuff. Which is good, because I want to stop and build some stuff. I don't know why my safe zone... Did I not put the safe zone mod on this? I mustn't have. One that hides them. Okie dokie, let's go hide all of the GPSs for trade stations, except for this one, which is, what's this one? Gilman. Thank you, Daz. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs as well. And thank you, Silo Ophelion, for the Prime sub, and Gil, thank you for the 13 months. Lucky 13s. So, upgrades to the trade station. First of all, it sits a bit higher now. Which, on a flat planet like this, is not optimal, but it's kind of the best. But it's got new connectors for rover connections. So, it should be more likely to have somewhere where you can connect, and it has the small connectors too, so you don't have to have big ones. I don't know if that causes an issue with trading. I assume you can magically trade through tiny connectors, because I don't think Keen actually checks the thing. But you also now have the LCD to get the GPSs, and it works. Are the lights on? Yes, the lights are on. Good. I accidentally exported a version that didn't have the lights on. I was having performance issues in my build world because there were so many lights, and I asked if anyone had it. I was mentioning it, and Nev made a mod that turns off all the lights. I forgot that that would also turn off the lights on my trade station before I exported it, so I exported it, and I drove up to one of them at night, and I was like, it's really dark. It's really dark. Where does the QR code lead? That's a good question. Is it always on there? QR on the back. Yeah, let's see. Can I get it to read from this angle? Nope. What if I go up? Oh, it's a bit fuzzy. I'm not sure it'll read it. No, my phone can't read it. I don't expect Keen to have done anything cheeky with it and get us rickrolled, but thank you, Carl. Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs as well. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Oh, spiders. Thank you, everyone. Very, very, very kind. Should have recorded myself doing this last night. So when I was setting up my new save, I ended up with like 8 spiders around me. And I realized I didn't want to turn damage back on because then they'd kill me. Actually, speaking of that, I haven't left it off, have I? No, good. I didn't want to turn damage back on. Or like weapons or something. And then I realized I could kill them by dropping blocks on them. Oh, now you wave at me. You wouldn't wave at me in my outro of the video I did yesterday, did you? No. So I ended up just crushing them all with dropping blocks on their heads. It was effective. So, missions. We now have these missions. We got a small one? Yeah. So there are different search and retrieval missions. Might go do one of these. Because I changed them up. This one's paying pretty well. This one's paying even better. Yeah. Don't know why it randomizes to being that much, but you can see the maximum GPS deviation is small. Oh! Stupid contracts resetting while I'm looking at the thing. Yeah, small search and retrieval. Let's go. Accept. Yes. So, I call it search and retrieval because it is a search mission, but Keen don't make it clear that you got to search and bring the thing back. But also, because I added 2 variants, one of which is smaller things and one of which is larger, and I may end up adding an even larger one, it made sense for me to give it a different name so that you knew that you were retrieving something and it might be large. And it might be tricky to retrieve. Because the searching isn't the big part of this. I think the picking it up and bring it home is. I probably do have a quest item somewhere, but I had to reset my save because I changed the trade stations. And to get the new trade stations, I have to start a new save. So I've got completely new save, so if I find that trade thing somewhere, I'll just delete it because I can't actually do anything with it. Well, it's not rescue because they're empty. They're just vehicles. Here we go. Let's drive straight to the thing, and we should just be able to see. The QR code should translate to your bank account will clang out from what I have found online. Interesting. Oh, there we go. We can already see the pickup just there. So yeah, 500 meter search area means you will spot it. I hope. What we got to pick up this time? Oh, they also shouldn't explode. Now, can I pick you up? Nope. Excellent. So there we go. I've weakened the grabby hands, so I now need to build a crane of some sort today. But don't have time to build a proper crane just now. I'm going to just build something janky. Ah, I'm stuck in a hole. All right, there's nothing on my hotbar anymore. It's the other thing with changing saves. Let clang building commence. Yes. Hopefully no. Like this should be perfectly safe. It'll be fine. Oh wait. Why do I keep getting the noise? That sounded better in my head than when it came out of my mouth. Why do I keep getting that? What is going on? Starting to wonder if something's gone very awry with the the GP. Oh man, something's gone very awry with the GPS system or with the unknown signals. Because every time you get within range of the search object. That's kind of annoying. Yep, every time I get out of the cockpit. There we go. Perfect. So I think these should be a lot more fun. doing a mission like this where you just go out, you pick something up, you bring it back home. It should be quite fun. I'll probably try and tune the distances you have to go for how much you get paid, that sort of thing, because there's definitely an argument to be had that the pay is either too low or too high, depending on randomness that I haven't figured out how to control yet. Arrgh. Stupid voice. Yep. Little chonkers, bringing him back to the station. Now, I'm thinking about what to do with this truck. I need to get more of this stuff locked down. I need to sort out what I want to do with the hydrogen engines. And I need to keep searching for more cargo, because I'm still lacking on the cargo front. Let's return this for my cash. There we go. Can we submit? Unknown signal ideas. You can. I'm not doing anything with them right now, so basically, for those wondering, let's... On the Discord, there is a Scrapyard submissions channel where people have been sharing their builds to go into it. And the way this works is each week during this series, I'm giving a particular theme to the builds for people to submit. And anything that fits the scale, fits the style, and fits my intended goal for Scrapyard, I will include in my build world, and I'll use when the appropriate time arrives. Anything that doesn't fit those things, I don't do anything with. There are plenty of submissions that are cool but don't fit. And there are some that are cool and fit, but just haven't got a build for them yet. So it's not something that I'm going to go through and give feedback on and say, oh, this is the wrong scale. You can submit stuff and it may get added, it may not. There have been a number of things over the last couple of years when I've been taking submissions for it that people have either gone with too many subgrids is the most common problem. And just too big. Now, one of the things I was hoping to do last time was pipe up between the rear and the front. I'm thinking I won't do that for parts, I'll just do that for fuel. Because doing it for parts just doesn't really make sense, because I'd have to rejig all of the stuff around here. I'll have to be very particular about the size. It just gets a bit much. I think it would be better to just have it be a single thing, and then I got more control over it. That means if I'm going to do any of this, I have to already replace the entire hitch, because this rotor is not on a conveyor. So I have to redo the whole thing. If I'm going to do that, now is probably a good time. Thanks, Leather Boy. Charlie's very happily sleeping behind me, wearing her hoodie and a blanket. Because she was cold when I came into the shed, so I gave her a blanket and covered her with that. And she's very happily cuddled in underneath it. Is SE2 feasible yet, or still meh? Right now, I would say still meh. However, I am intending to play a survival playthrough of it when the next update comes out. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes then. See if there's enough there. With wheels and with them changing verdure so there's actually stuff there and you're not forced to go to space instantly. I can see there maybe being enough there for me to do at least a little bit of the sort of stuff that I did for survival maybe way back. The SE1. Where the vast majority of what you do is your own self-directed fun without like anything pushing you in that direction. But there's still the potential for you to do something that's actually the game feeding you ideas. I do need a button to release the cheese, that's true. I'm not sure that's where I'm going to keep the cheese, so I'll leave that as something to do, not something I'm going to do now. Survival Maybe, for those of you who aren't aware, was my very first Let's Play series. Very first solo one, I think. I can't remember if Capac and I actually did anything cooperative before that. Alright, let's get some stuff on my hotbar. Okay. So I'm gonna go reinforced conveyor tubes. Lowen, I think you're thinking of Survival Unlikely. Different series. Oh man. Climbing up everywhere. So one of the reasons I need to improve this truck is if I'm going to build a crane, I actually need I need the space for a crane. And I was thinking that one of the decent spots for it is over the hitch, pretty much. I think that should work. I don't know if that works from a mass distribution perspective, but I think it does. Feedback on 2K, not available in my country. Ah. Classic Twitch. Oh. Oh. Got ahead of myself there. Forgot about a critical component in this whole hitch thing that I was going to add. Roll. Which I thought of just before reading someone mentioning that in the chat too. How do I want to add roll? I'm gonna just have a look at something. We take this off. This off. We go hinge. Eh. Get up. No, no, don't get wedged on the wheels. No, I think roll is beneficial. I know some people disagree with that, but I do think it's beneficial. So, I go to that. Drive forward a little bit. So that's up, down, left, right. Which doesn't allow me to jackknife as much as a rotor on top of that hinge would do. But it... Oh, man. Gotta stop falling in these holes. I've seen someone talking about adding another pitch rotor there, and this becomes more of a universal joint, but that seems scary. So I was actually thinking of doing this. So that gives me roll, pitch, and yaw. I'm gonna try it, because I've never done a hitch like this. I've always gone rotor first, which maybe isn't the best approach. How much roll will I allow? I typically allow about 10 or 15 degrees. That's my usual. Where are you, Spider? Come on. And connectors to uncouple at will. No. No. No, I don't think there's... I can't think of a situation where I would need to uncouple at will. The reason being, in this series, because this is my base. Oh, come on. Let me climb. Oh, I need some ladders. Hey. Yeah, it's the misalignment with connectors that's the problem. You've either got to smash the magnetic strength up so high that they'll pull themselves into place, or somehow have a system that can tolerate misalignment. And I have no idea how dangerous, because I've not done it, it would be with wheeled vehicles and an unpowered trailer to make that unpowered trailer get dragged around by the magnetic force of the connector. Because it could be bad. Yes. I intend to clean up the truck and move things around so that I can get up on board more easily, add some mudguards so I can run along the wheels, that sort of things. Yep. It's absolutely on the cards. It's just one of those things that keeps not being prioritized. That's the kind of person I am. Okay. So let's drop this down. I'm worried that I've dropped this too low. And then I might actually need to raise the hitch. Like the whole hitch on the truck. Oh no, that looks flat. That looks good. Bang. May as well leave these pistons here just in case. Cool. Well, that's an upgrade. So, oh, on the spider meat thing, on the previous weeks I've talked about maybe giving the survival kit a recipe for cooking spiders. I'm tempted not to do that and instead see if I can add functionality to the microwave and you can microwave the meat. Now, some of you might be going, but that's a DLC block. Yes, but this is Scrapyard. You find everything, and Keen don't care that I let people find stuff that they don't have the DLC for. You can still use the blocks, because Keen are cool about that stuff. So, you can still use that DLC block. Yes, it sounds horrible. That's kind of the idea. Microwaved meat. I don't want to go and add full-on block mods, but I will modify existing blocks. One of the things I try and avoid with Scrapyard especially, but kind of all of my series, is block mods that mean that blueprints won't work outside of that world. So the way I did my high-powered spotlights mod is it doesn't actually replace... It doesn't actually add a block. What it does is modify the existing block. So instead of adding a new block that gives you the ability to have a spotlight that shoots really far, it just replaces the vanilla one. So that means if you take that blueprint into a vanilla world that doesn't have the high-powered spotlights, it still works. Oh, thank you, Iron Hammer. Thank you for 3 years. Thank you very much. Yeah, Morbus, there was a recipe I saw, a mod I saw in the workshop. I don't, was it might have been yours, that adds the ability to cook to a microwave. That's probably where the idea started forming, was knowing that mod existed, liking it, being like, ooh, I wonder if I can do the same here. Because I think it could be a nice way of giving the ability to produce some small amount of food, but still requiring you to go out and find something to do it. So right now I'm trying to connect this end to the front, and then I can move some engines down onto the truck. Because I'm thinking there might be space for engines down in this rear wheel set to keep that end of the tractor locked down to the ground. Because the engines are reasonably heavy, so that should work okay, I hope. Alright, make sure that I do not disconnect this whole thing. Oh no. Let's do that so I got somewhere to stand. So I want to make sure that goes to there. Got this. Yeah, there is a block behind there. Okay, good. I don't want to do a night shift me, no. Do not. Night shift me was very bad for splitting grids. I hear you, spiders. Don't know if you can get me where I am at, so I'm just going to finish what I'm doing, and I will deal with you. Hooray! It's piped. Okay, connection to the front established. Now, what am I going to do with the front? Yeah, Johnny, I completely agree. I find the idea that we have a kitchen block and a food mechanic that currently don't interact at all kind of annoying and surprising to a new player. Yep. Yep. It's kind of, sort of annoying. I really wish Keen hadn't done that. I understand why they did it. Because the kitchen blocks and such are all DLC. And so giving functionality to DLC would have upset people who don't have the DLC and who have this, and who demand that Keen don't ever do that. But equally, come on, I got a kitchen. Just let me cook in it. Like, how much does the food processor actually cost? Component-wise. Where's the food processor? There. So it hasn't even got any fancy bits in it. Just put the same materials into the kitchen, and then it's just a DLC food processor block. Like, it's just a worse food processor because it's not piped. Simple. Yeah, I have to load one recipe at a time. It's not a better block, it's a worse block. And it doesn't, like, it's not like the... I would have understood it more if the vanilla cooking blocks required special materials, and they didn't want to include that in the DLC block. But they don't. So, there's no argument on that front that makes any sense. Is that too low and sticky out too far? I think I maybe want that higher. Where do I want it? Maybe I could go asymmetrical. Maybe I could go like... stick it up there or something. Go for chunky, go for higher, because I'm... yeah. Let's do that. Let's plan around giving myself some room. Yeah. Oh, maybe a block forward from that. Just trying to think about other shaping stuff that I might do around here, like fenders over the wheels, that sort of thing. And making sure I've got enough room for that. With two cockpits on it, one for you, one for a pet spider. Don't think I'm going to do that. I'm sure I will end up with a spider following me at some point. Or trying to climb aboard. But no. I'm not going to do that. Hey, 1 hour late and I still see a lot of rover intact. I mean... It's had some stuff built on it. Okay. This connector. Are you full? Have you got any bits? Yes, you do. Empty you out. And I can grind you down. And I need to do something about these batteries. Get them into a better spot. Let's have a look at the rear here. I could put... do I leave enough space between the wheels? I think I've got 3 blocks. Yeah! So I'm thinking... batteries could go in there, sticking out as far as the wheel suspensions do, and I put one on each side. Still leaves me enough room to put an engine at the, or a pair of engines at the back, while moving the batteries off the side, which I think is going to be needed. Ah! Looks like you're making a rusty red goose. I mean, it's a gooseneck trailer, so it's always going to look a bit similar to the goose. But the goose didn't have hinges. The goose had a fancy hitch all made of rotors, because that's all we had. Oh. That's inconvenient. The shadows, yeah, they're not too bad. Now, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get the battery down here. That is one thing I'm worried about, because I'm trying to jam it into a hole that's the same size as the battery, but let's find out. Let's also find out if I can still carry a battery. Because I might not be able to, because I weakened grabby hands. Uh-oh. Oh, I can. Good. So I took about 30% of the strength out of grabby hands. Uh-oh. Don't you get stuck on the wheel. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's, oh, dear. How is sound desynced? I wonder if that's a Twitch thing. I'm gonna have to grind the wheel off. That's gonna be really annoying to add back on. Come on, down into the hole. Yes. Thank you, Keen, for making that work better. Oh, drive forward and make it pop up. Oof. That's a risky ploy. Krim, yes, I have seen that mod. No, not swapping over, not compatible with what we've done. Had it been there when we first started out, talking about the resource nodes version that Kev Me Up has made recently, the way we've laid things out in Combined Arms, no, it wouldn't be compatible. With the way we've done things. Okay, here we go. Weirds you out seeing blocks slide through same-sized holes so smoothly. Yeah, after years of it clanging out anytime something looked like it was touching, it is a bit strange. Oh, man. Okay, get in the hole. In the hole. Sweet. Batteries moved.
Energy low.
Hooray! Now, what else do I need to move? I need to move all these connectors. It's worth having some plate to protect the batteries. I'm not convinced that placing plate on something like a battery actually protects it. It, like, protects it from an impact. I don't think it makes any difference. It's something I should probably test. But yeah, I'm pretty confident it makes no difference for an impact damage. For getting shot, yes. But for a vehicle versus voxel, I don't think it does. Yeah, I'll have to add the wheel back, which means I have to build a piston to lift things up. There ain't no way I'm jumping to add it. Oh, and we're full. Okay. I think that might be the limit of the work I can do, realistically. Without finding any more cargo, at least. Yeah. Should move that other battery into this gap while I've got that wheel off. Oh, it won't fit in that gap. Ah, because of the hitch location. Okay, where's this other battery going? The trailer pistons to lift. It's true, I do. So I've got 4 batteries up front. 2 at the rear there. No, you can't put something on top of these batteries. This needs to be clear because that's where the hitch moves through. I think you might have enough batteries. Maybe. I'm going to hop in this cockpit. I'm going to stare at this, and I'm going to be right back while I contemplate where this battery should go. And also, maybe blow my nose for a minute, and cough, and try and be able to talk normally. Oh, I suppose at some point I should add a bed to my truck. So that when I go be right back, I can hop in a bed and not have my hunger deplete. There is a 3x3 space in front of the hitch I could cut out, but what do you think I was planning on having running through there, since I piped this up? That's right, piping. That's what I was thinking of putting through there. Oh, stretch. You know what? There might be some validity to the whole you have enough batteries thing. I do have 6 on here. I may just need to have like a battery draining spot by connecting them up and draining them over time when I find new charged ones. I mean, I could put it on the... I should probably put it on the trailer. The trailer needs a battery when I detach it. It's a bit chilly this morning. Charlie's still curled up under a blanket. She hasn't kicked it off yet. And she's turned around. She's facing the opposite way to what she was when I first put the blanket on. She stands up. She manages to keep it on like a horse blanket. Tapped out and thought Splitsy's mic had glitched. Was just a Minions movie. Okay. Is the game paused? No. No, it is not. Sure, let's see that. Thank you, Nuki World. Thank you for 66 months. Only another 600 months and you'll become a Capac. Perhaps. And thank you, Kilo Golf. Thank you for 39 months. Thank you, Mikey, for the bits. Alright. Batteries. Oh, I'm stuck in this stupid hole! Ugh. One of the biggest, the most impactful upgrades I did on the Rover in my first ever Scrapyard run was making it walkable. Man, do I need that here. But, batteries. I currently have, yes, they're not built yet, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4 up the front, and I have 2 at the rear of the truck, which means 6 batteries? Which is a lot of batteries. I may yet find a way to fit some through here if I want to put even more batteries, because honestly, most of the mass up the front is going to come from batteries. So adding some more in here is not a bad idea, but at the moment, fitting them into this section when I've got all the cargo still there is a bit tricky. And it would be beneficial to have a battery on the rear section. I think it would actually be genuinely helpful to do that. So what I think I'm going to do, like for if I ever do detach to work on something, at least the back's still powered so I can use the conveyoring on there. It does currently have a battery, I think. So I think there's still one merged to the deck somewhere, or maybe not. Maybe not. So what I think would be the easiest spot for me to first put one is in here. Center line. Just snap it in there. But first, I'm going to try and make sure that there are even more connections between the front and the rear. Because it still feels very spindly. A non-trivial portion of the structure of my rover ends up as batteries in most of my Scrapyard games. Yeah. It is funny the things that this style of play does to you. It totally changes the way you build, not necessarily because you actually need to change, but because it's very hard to know when you no longer need a certain type of block, so you keep collecting it long after it was worth spending your time on. At least if you're anything like me. Oh, no, that's I think too far forward. Yeah, I don't want that far forward. That's going to be a problem on a dip. I want to move this by the back. Back between the wheels? All the way back here? Yeah, maybe. Well, that's not a sound I want to hear. Where are you? Wait. Ah, I'm stuck on the corpse of the other one. Just don't cut the trailer in half. Yep. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to fill in. So let's start repairing the trailer. Fill in this spot with full cubes. Then I'll attach the battery to that. Okay. That was an unexpected outcome. Whoopsie. Oh, don't be like that. Hey. So what do you guys think about the fact that I can move a whole large battery with grabby hands? Is it too much? Or should we be able to do it but just not quite as easily as I just did? Nope, it's good. Just more time wasted on aligning parts. Too much for me, it's a heavy block. Yeah. I feel like being able to drag it or maybe just barely lift it is probably better. I'm just trying to think of which block to use as my yardstick for how much I want to limit grabby hands. Because in the previous iteration of Scrapyard, I used the gyroscope, and I took it too far. Right, frankly, I just took it way too far.
Meteor storm inbound.
Yeah, I can't adjust it block by block. It's based on the components, so there's not much I can do there. But I can, like, unless I went and added specific components to every block to make them more balanced for grabby hands, and that's just not feasible. So my thinking was, if you guys noticed on the previous weeks, I was able to lift a large Atmo thruster. And that meant that I could only just barely lift it over things. So that's where I was thinking of going with the, strength. Was make it so it's just barely able to go over. Just barely able to move it. So you can lift it, but it's not like you can get it perfectly in. You'll probably want to still build some supports. You'll probably want to, things. You're welcome, Mimicat. And thank you. Oh, let's get rid of that cockpit. Just check it's not. Ah. Okie dokie. Hopefully that'll update the screen and give me a compass. Yeah. We're looking like I've made some progress. Yeah. All right. The shadows are getting long, so I think it is time for me to get rolling on out of here. Oh. I have not set any hitch limits. That one doesn't need any limits. Advanced rotor does. Oh. Okay. 105. That almost went badly. Noticing that this was at 90 degrees, not at 0. Ah, dear. Thanks, Philip. Thank you for the prime sub. Are you going to add the wheel, or are you going to do a prime number of tractor wheels? Oh, that's right. Never done this before. I don't know if this works. Oh, you can't change that setting. Maybe I can... Maybe that's why I've never done it. Because you can't adjust height offsets when the wheel doesn't exist. So what was being suggested in chat was adjust the height offset for just this wheel. But I think you can sort of cheese it and see if it'll then place it. So if I go wheel and I grab that one and that one, and I change the height offsets, then go back and adjust the height offset of this one. What does this one read as? 35 centimeters. Okay, now let's see if we can add that wheel. Thank you, Barabas. Thank you for the gift sub. Huh. And it does let you add it. Cool. Nice little bit of cheese. We have ways of adding wheels without having to add pistons. All right, let's get rolling. We are... Oh, no. Don't get rolling yet. Run, 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 run. I need salvage missions! Salvage! The cargo that I dropped was that gyroscope. That's why I went around the back to the trailer and I reattached the gyro. Thank you, Coleman. Thank you for the 95 bits. Thank you, View, for the 100 bits. Thank you, Mikat, for the 100 unicorns. And thank you, Mikey. the 10 bits. Thank you, thank you. A new cockpit looks like you broke its neck. Yeah, it kind of does. Yep, Sunny's getting low. I need salvage missions. Accept. 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 See? You get lots of them. Alright. Is that the sound of NPCs walking? Yep. Hello. That cockpit is going to break off at the worst time and I can't wait. Look. Maybe. Maybe. Ah! Spider. Ow. Ow. Much ow. That wheel cheese is more a deficiency in game mechanics. Changing the height shouldn't be dependent on having a wheel attached. Yeah, yeah, agreed. It doesn't feel like, it feels like a clever workaround rather than cheese to me. Okay. I'm gonna go to that scrap there. Even though that one's 24Ks, it's not quite, westward enough. The neck won't break until the rover gets rolled. Yeah, exactly. You know, at some point I probably need to widen the wheelbase on this thing. At least contemplate that. It doesn't feel quite wide enough for SE right now. One sec. Do jetpacks work different in Scrapyard? Yes. In that they are not strong enough to push you upward in gravity. I'll kind of move you around in space a little bit, but that's about it. Sounds like you fixed your mute button. Well, now I'm just paying attention to it. It'll be, hopefully, at least a few months before I do something like that again. There's the scrap. Looking for a cargo container. I'm going to move on pretty quickly from this because I am very... It is getting late. Like, look at the length of the shadow. Yeah, it's basically the jetpack is to allow you to get underneath things and place blocks upside down. That's it. I think I modified it so that it doesn't use much fuel. So your fuel lasts a long time so you can hang around upside down for a while. But that it's got so little power it can't do anything else. No, I don't think there are any cargo containers in here. I think there might be a large grid small, but I kind of don't want that. Yeah. Yeah, there's this guy. I've considered having, like, taking one of these before, but I don't know. Is it worth it?
Inventory.
The hassle?
full.
Whoa. I have a bad record with these. Yes, this is true. This is the third one I've found, I think. The trailer needs to get bigger to deal with this. My plan was to make the trailer longer, so it's not out of the realms of possibilities. There we go. What do you mean it's the highest point and we'll get destroyed on my next rollover? I don't know what you're talking about. It'll be fine. Just saying that before anyone else gets in. Thank you, Bad Dog. Thank you for 80 months. That's a long time. Thank you very much. How goes the scrapping today? Pretty well. I think the truck's starting to look alright.
Inventory full.
Oh, of course, I don't have enough inventory space for the power cell. Let's go weld that into one of my batteries at the front. 16 and 11. We'll do the 16. Alright, off we go. Oh, hang on, that's a solar panel. Reach it. Oh, it doesn't have any solar cells. No, I didn't forget about the other storage rack. It didn't have anything that I wanted. Oh, you know what? Let's add some spice to our life. How long have I got? 21 Ks. How fast can I cover 21 Ks? So otherwise I'm going to have to wait till the whole nother circumnavigation of the planet. Yeah, Morbus, agreed. You can tell Grabby Hands is too powerful because I haven't built a crane yet. Absolutely. Which makes me a bit sad, but also fits kind of well with the way I'm doing this series. Because if it's kept me on the move, it's allowed me to move and allowed me to do this without the time sink that a crane can be. Cranes are fun, but they are a time sink. What's new in Scrapyard? I've got a whole bunch of new spawns going through the economy system, which is why I'm chasing down these salvage sites. I don't think a crane would make this rover any more dangerous. In fact, it might make it safer. Weirdly enough. Because more subgrids equals more physics system confusion when you roll over. And so sometimes you get away with no damage at all. It feels like I'm taking no damage at all. No damage at all. Thanks, Cal. Thank you for 50 months. Plus, cranes can also upright you. Oh, those are just towers. Is there anything in the base of any of those towers? No. Yes, I too like this planet. I'm a little bit... I want to do some testing to see if the vanilla spawns do okay on Pertum and how Pertum looks if you turn Pertum up to 120 kilometers, because the default Pertum is only 60. Because I'd like for the scenario that I publish for anyone to be able to use, like also for on console, for that to be a vanilla planet. But the Steam version might use a different planet like Arcadia. Arcadia's, I think... I'm not sure it's the right setting for this nomadic style, because it is so easy for me to traverse. But I think in other ways, maybe that's just me liking things too difficult, and that would have just actually made it not as fun, because I would have had things to have to get past. But I kind of... because it is so easy to drive, I don't know, I haven't yet run into, and it may be just that I've driven luckily. I haven't driven up to anywhere where it's nearing the end of the day and been like, oh, there's a massive mountain range in front of me. This is gonna get spicy as I try and get round this mountain range, or get around this canyon, or get over this canyon, or, you know, whatever else like that. Eric's, the thing with grabby hands, it's a scenario config. You can change it yourself. I set the default. You guys change whatever you like for how you like to play. I try and set the default to be something that's going to be fun and challenging, and hopefully most people will at least give the default a try before going, meh. But yeah, you can change those things. The reason I make Scrapyard as a scenario, though, is because I get a lot, even now, like even before I started doing this series, a lot of comments from people who've tried to set up the world themselves and have not understood how MES configs work, so can't get any spawns to happen for themselves because they have to drive 6 kilometers to even have one attempt to trigger. And that does not work. I'm heading just barely west and a lot south. Look, the sun's still totally there. That'd be probably fine. What happens when it gets dark? Everything explodes. Prior to midnight, I'll get struck by lightning at a random interval. I think it's every like 1 to 5 minutes. After midnight, it's every 15 to 30 seconds. So it's bad. It's real bad. So, as a reminder, the nighttime is bad thing is not part of the planned scenario. This is just for the stream series, just so that I had some actual external, potentially risky drive to keep me moving. That means I have 0 plans to attempt to bypass it. Or even investigate ways I could bypass it. Alright, what do we have here? Hey, it's a new spawn! Nice. Oh, medium cargo. Yes, gimme. Hey, and it's got the research materials in it too. Bonus! That worked. Where are... Oh, something I hadn't shown off yet. Check out the components of a magnetic plate. No motor. Come on. Find the right block. You rotten thing. There we go. I don't have time for any of this. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, did I just hack it and not claim it? Yep. Thank you. Anything in the back? Nope. I want that. I might take that plushie though. There we go. What about in here? Don't see any big containers. I don't think I've got time to search all these bins. I don't think they're worthwhile. I've got enough food for the moment. Grab the computers from those. What's that? Broadcast controller? Nope, don't care. Yeah. Let's go. Cool. One spawn is working. Now, fortunately, that has gotten rid of the salvage site. Because it's attached to my rover. Oh, that's hilarious. I didn't realize it got attached to the block that the thing was in. Oh, there goes a tree. I really wanted to try and go for these two, but I may not be able to. Wonder if I need to up my wheel speed. I mean, I may be past the equator. We went through sand. So I may actually be helping myself slightly by going further this way. I'm not sure. There's a part of me that kind of wants to go Capac HUD with this and just every trade station collect every salvage mission I can. Just go to whichever one I can see, but I don't think I can go full Capac HUD. You never go full Capac. Vermeer, Frosty has done the night challenge bit as, like, it's a mod that he made, and it's a mod that I just added to this. The reason I say it's not part of the intended scenario is because it's not to everyone's play. I think it's a very specific type of player that enjoys this sort of challenge. I am that specific sort of player, but I'm not, but I think a lot of people are not. And so my plan with Scrapyard is always to make it as approachable from as many directions as possible. Thanks, Papa Tim. Thank you for 32 months. Yes, some people refer to us as masochists. This is true. Going more west than I was last time. Kind of thinking I might go this way around this mountain. Just so I don't get stuck the other way. Oh, what was that? I was reading chat. I got an extra cargo container though, that's good. Like, it was worth the deviation for that, since I do keep running out of cargo on the back. "16 kilometers to go." These two are just so close to each other, I couldn't resist. No, Grammar Police? No, I don't think so. I don't think anything would change the way I look at combat in Scrapyard, really, because I don't really want combat in Scrapyard. Jump scares, sure. Combat, no. Not in the default experience, anyway. It just makes me so sad. If I lose my stuff, I don't want to inflict that on someone else. If I want combat, I'll kind of lean more into the vanilla SE experience, where you've got resource utopia from the early stage, where you can get so much stuff so quickly that, yeah, replacing your stuff's fine. And I've always had turrets freely buildable in Scrapyard. I never blocked them. Because for those people who do like combat, it felt like a really bad design decision to force people to have the thing that's going to get shot up the most need to be replaced by finding another one. Because you just get through fighting something, and if you lost and were really close to winning, but then you had no turrets left, it'd be potentially tens of hours before you found more turrets to be able to continue doing that. That just seems like... That seems like PvP level pain. Like, survival game with PvP levels of pain, and just no thanks. A server with this mod might be funny. A server with this mod wouldn't work. Really. Unless you had somewhere to hide when you log off. That keeps you safe. And your grids. And the grids you don't currently own. And all that. A server that only ran while I was streaming could maybe work. Maybe. But yeah, I've thought about it. I did think about it originally. I was like, oh, maybe some people will have some fun if I run the server identically to what I'm doing. But I was just like, actually, there are just so many edge cases and weirdness, and it's just like, nah. I just don't wanna. I don't want to have to deal with all those things. I think I'm making headway on the daylight, even at this oblique angle. I'm almost heading due southwest now. So that'd be why. Got to keep these speeds up though. Yeah, this would be fun co-op. I quite like the idea. This is appealing to me to do as a co-op thing. I think would have to be with... Like, because this would be a regularly in motion sort of thing, it'd have to be with people in Australia. So, I could play with Catback, play with TFE. I wouldn't be able to do something like this with Shaq or with Wasted, because the latency issues with constantly moving grids are just pure pain. They're just awful. But a more general scrapyard co-op is something I think Shaq's interested in. Alright, what's in the Quonset hut? Because these are in now as vanilla spawns. That's not true, the fool. Wrong way, you're not always in motion. You stop, you build, you get going again. You stop, you build, you get going again. Oh, large grid, large battery. Kinda want to steal your power. What about you? What have you got? Heat vents. Seem to be much else. What's in the container? Nothing there. A little bit of ammo. Take that. Just had a really dumb thought. This isn't the block. It's not attached to this block. It's attached to a block over here? Just curious if this will move. But I'd have to drill it out, so no. Never mind. I was hoping to move the research materials signal with me and just bring them with me as I go. So, battery. Could I just drive up to this and
Inventory full.
connect her onto it? Maybe? Yeah, the crate doesn't know how to do physics. It's weird. There wasn't anything on the roof, was there? No. Warhead traps are a tricky thing. The ones that I have in Scrapyard are very
Inventory full.
aggressively... they tell you. They tell you they're there.
Inventory full.
Oh, this makes this more tricky. Which is 100% intentional. If I can hack this, I'll take it. If I can't hack it, I'm not going to. Just because I want to be able to detach this. Hey. Cool. Oh, I gotta be quick, I gotta be quick! Yeah, large grid warheads just hard no. No. Large grid warheads just do too much damage. Yeah, I'm gonna drain it like I do the hydro tanks, exactly. Connector to connector. I'm gonna put a little crane at a little hinge at the front. Just gonna drive up to it. Connector onto it, lift it up, drive away, because I gotta get moving. So I'm running out of time. Where'd you go? Oh man, I'm running out of time. This is just such a massive supply of power. Like, this will be the power I need to keep moving for much longer without having to worry about the solar. Oh dear. Oh dear. It's getting really dark. Ah, don't fall off. Should go safely past the cockpit. Stop there. Too high. Let's go. Whoa! Okay. Oh, let's just do them all. Make them all stronger. And west. Okay. Set to recharge. So I'm going to take the power from it because I don't want that on the front any longer than it absolutely has to be. Okay. Safe. Let's go, 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 go! Nothing will go wrong once that battery runs out of power. That's a good point. Batteries. There we go. I now have the ability to turn it off and at a key press. Don't turn too fast. Yeah. Turning's going to be an issue. Straight, fine. Turning, that's a lot of high load mass. Oh, right, yeah. May want to do that too. Good point. Good point. I think the next stop is... Oh, yeah. Okay, moving the survival kit. It's not a bad plan. If I move the survival kit up to the front... Yes, that means I'll smash... Oh, that's actually a bad idea, because I'll smash it if I break... if I crash into anything. But maybe I can make some way to walk up there. Hang on. Is there anything in that? Don't think so. Come on, come on, come on. Hey, T-Wheel Tech and Celedro. Yes. I have streamed for... Oh! Medium cargo! Yeah, I'm really bad at self-promotion, so that's probably why some people still, to this day, don't know that I do stream regularly. Ah, come on, let me grind it out. Gimme, 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 gimme. Nope. Alright, fine. Whatever. Oh, it's too heavy with the steel plate on it. It's not good. Oh, it's probably got junk in it too. That's the other reason. Oh, no, it's only ammo. It's not that heavy. There we go. That's better. Come on, come on, come on. I'll do this like I did the other one and just slap it on the truck because that's the quickest place for me to attach it. That's 2 more cargo containers at my next stop. Next proper stop, that is. So good. Let's go, 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 go. That thunder right here. Yeah. I don't have to claim those ones. That's an MES spawn. I only have to claim the vanilla spawns. Yeah, I can mount the other hydro tank. Yep. Probably want to do it first, then do the cargo containers. Small grid medium cargoes, a few of them I would prefer over one small large grid cargo. Because I don't need to subgrid it. It's all incorporated into my currently only small grid vehicle. Why not build a large grid rover? Because it takes a long time. It takes a lot of materials to build something large grid. And most scrapyard stuff is not set up for large grid. Like, there's no large grid gyro still. I do intend to change that and allow you to find a large grid gyro so you can go large grid rovers. But yeah, it was never intended to be a large grid rover playthrough style. It was meant to be you have a home base and you go out looking for stuff with your small grid. So the balance was all set up around that. Why can I not see this base? Huh. Well. That ain't right. I don't even know what grid that's meant to be because it's not there. That's the one I went to. That's the other one I went to. That's the other one I went to, yeah. Huh. Well, that's the first time I've seen that happen. Thanks, Jalfaz. Thank you for 43 months. I just gotta keep going. I don't know what to do about that. That doesn't necessarily feel like a me problem. Or if it is a me problem, I can only think of one way to find out which grid it is, and that's gonna be pain. And it's just going to be pain. Because, yeah, what I'll probably have to do is go through grid by grid, prefab by prefab, to make sure that they can all spawn, which I just didn't have time to do last night. I just wanted to have as much added as I could, and maybe there's something that's broken. Maybe one of my prefabs doesn't work. But my guess is that that is actually... I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I think there's a chance that's actually a vanilla bug, not a me bug. Potentially due to the number of things already in the world. And it could be that that the last 3 things that I've gone past that I haven't cleared, maybe these need to be removed because they're taking up PCU. Thanks, Mikey. If it was due to the one I had on board, then the previous one that spawned in shouldn't have. And it did. Yeah, that's... Oh. So the unknown signals have been spawning, but they haven't been giving a broadcast location for themselves. I might need to do something about that. No, Perseus, haven't heard from Captain Arthur about that as yet. And no, it wouldn't be the 100th, it would be the 1 year, is what I was talking about. I should send him a message. Be like the 44th or something? Thank you for the reminder. How's that battery going? Fully depleted in 18 minutes. How are my other batteries looking? Fully powered, fully powered, fully powered. Still not fully recharged. Nice. Grabbing this battery has worked out quite well. We have a plan B just in case. Keep doing what we're doing. We got plenty of stuff to build still. I'm tempted to go to that thing off to my left, but I'm also aware that I'm driving at high speed with a giant battery on my head, so turning is not something I want to do. Alright, I'm going to take a quick bio break. We will actually pause the game this time because it's getting close to darkness, but I will be right back. Blitzy's been talking about not adding more subgrids. Maybe he's sick. Hey, I already added several subgrids today. Added an extra one in the hitch, so the hitch is a bit more fluid. I was asked in a YouTube comment about why I wanted to build something with a trailer at all. The question was, why not just build one large platform? And the reason for that is there isn't enough travel on the wheels, so the wheel suspension can't go up and down far enough to enable you to make something this long that can actually traverse the terrain reasonably. Because what it'll end up doing is only a few of the wheels will be touching at any point in time because it can't flex and move and adapt. So that's the why. Oh, thank you, Beltonic. Thank you for the 300 rainbow unicorns as well. And all the gift subs. Thanks, man. The way trailers move while driving is also very cool. Yeah, you cannot... To me, you cannot overstate the coolness factor of... the way trailers and trains conform and move to the terrain. Having those two parts moving separately just looks great. And... I think it's one of those things that really makes me like having a third-person view, because I get to see all this. If not for all of the salvage site markers. Where's the line between a tractor/trailer and a bendy bus? I'd say it'd be the hitch setup. Because the Ronco was more bendy bus. This is more trailer. So the Ronco had the stuff in the middle and you could walk across it. Whereas a gooseneck trailer doesn't really achieve that. But a gooseneck allows for much greater load, so it has advantages. I don't even know a crane. This is light on subgrids. Yeah, true, Frosty. I was saying earlier, I saw you just arrived. I was saying earlier, I didn't get time this week to try and learn any MMOS, but I think I will start putting down. I'd like to get ahead enough of the sun that I could start putting down a crane, which is why I started clearing up the truck so I could mount one. So I reckon I could had to zoom out as I did that, didn't it? I reckon I could pop a crane here. So it's in front of the hitch, but it's still center mounted for the truck. Have the crane coming off here that can hopefully reach to the back of the trailer as its maximum reach. Oh, that is a giant crater in front of me. Oh. Of course this happens. Oh, of course this happens. I was saying earlier how I hadn't run into any terrain features that may have caused me to have issues, and now I have. Why not right on top of the gooseneck? Not sure. There was just that part of me that's like, you probably don't want it mounted on the gooseneck for some reason. Because I probably do want it up high, like the crane should probably be up high. So I guess that does make sense. Yeah, that could work. What's a bendy bus? Yeah. A bus that's articulated in the middle but still fully enclosed. So you can walk down the middle of the bus, but there's a section, like on a lot of commuter trains, where you can pass between like the front and the back of the bus. I don't know where else in the world they're relatively common, but they're relatively common in Australia. Where is... Oof. I can see the grid up ahead, and it is not too far from the end of the valley. Perfect. Use the battery as a pole vault to bridge the gap. Yep. How is that battery going? Can I get rid of it yet? 11 minutes. Was this one that was still charging? Nope. Yeah, it's gonna last a while. I may ditch it and just be like, yeah, I've got enough charge. Power. Oh. No, I will finish off repairing at least one of my batteries and charge that one as well. That's what I will do. Berlin has them? Okay. Yeah, they used to be more common in Sydney, and now they've gone double-decker for some of the ones in Sydney as well that used to be bendy buses. There's a bus route that went along the northern beaches of Sydney called the L90, or as anyone who actually had to ride it would call it the Hell 90. I've got an O2H2 gen. I might pick up a second one. That used to be a bendy bus and now it's a double-decker. That's the main one I can think of that I'm aware of. Oops, ran the wrong way. I'll grab this O2H2 gen and get out of here. Yeah, a crane on the hitch does make some sense. Like, it puts it at a good elevation. It does a few other things like that. So yeah, I may well do that. Not sure I'm going to be able to get this to lock onto this landing gear, but I'm going to try. Sure, that works. Is there anything in these buildings? Might be something in the locker worth taking, but probably not, given how close it is to nightfall. Bit of ice, bit more ice. No, I'm not bringing that. Got enough inventory problems as it is. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Meteor storm inbound.
I swear sometimes when I hear her say that, I think meteor storm. Not meteor. Your entire setup looks like a traveling junkyard where the owner has yet to set up what is good and what is meh. Accurate. That is accurate. I need to get a bit ahead of the sun. So, okay. This is something I did actually want to bring up. Something that's come up in the comments a lot, and I'm not sure how to approach it. I like the concept as a broader concept, but I'm just not sure how to approach it. Which is finding some way for me to pay to pass a night. So I arrive at a trade station and you just use admin tools to move it to daytime so that I get a whole day and I get a So there's like the challenge of getting to the trade station at an appropriate time, and then some payment for it. Whether that's a monetary payment that I just like delete, I just drop them on the ground or something like that. Because I kind of like it from a let's allow me to actually get some building done during a stream rather than not need to do quite so much driving. Especially when the trade stations are not all that common on the planet, so I still have to get to one of them. I'm just not sure what would be an appropriate cost. Paying food. Yeah, I was thinking like I pay for a bed at the local trade station for the night and have some cost to put, like, make that cost some amount of space credits. Like currently I have 25,000 space credits, which isn't a lot. So I'm thinking about it. The payment is you can only do it after night has started. You are not tired enough, you cannot sleep. How many games give us that warning? Just leave 10,000 credits on the bed you use. Yeah, is 10,000 enough? What would be a cost that would make you really have to consider it? Yeah. That's why I was thinking, like, maybe where I'm at right now, maybe 50,000 credits would be enough for me to sleep through the night. It also means I'd be encouraged to do some of the search and retrieval contracts, which don't let me travel in just the westerly direction. Yeah, like 50,000 space credits feels like I might actually be a bit of a challenge to achieve. Or we could do it like a Scandinavian speeding fine. I can't remember which country has it. Where it's a percentage of how much money I have. With a minimum 50k, but then if I have 500,000, it's 30% of my money. Finland. Yeah. I always love hearing those stories. It's like, maybe don't speed in your $2 million car. No, this isn't for players. This is just for me. This isn't for players. Don't worry about players. Don't worry about... It's just for the stream. Don't worry about that stuff. This isn't a game mechanic. This is just a me. I definitely did not think through I'm making a new scrapyard. Hey, let's make this scenario that's totally not actually the new scrapyard and play it as a playtest of it. What was I thinking? I made this so much more confusing than it had any right to be. Like, I didn't think about it at the start, and then I started getting questions, and I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I really didn't think through the clarity of the messaging on that. Yamino, the problem earlier is not one I would be able to diagnose on stream. So there was nothing more I could have done, even if I had the time to stare at it for longer. So I wouldn't stress about that. Like, I've got enough time to diagnose problems, the problems that can be diagnosed on stream. I'm not going to try and figure that one on stream because it might take me a few hours to sort it out. And bug fixing on stream, based on the bug fixing I've done on stream of my Stationeer's code, is... I am a bit worried that I may need to restart the game though, because this still has not spawned. That's 2 now. Might do a reload and see if that fixes it. Because yeah, that ain't right. That ain't right. I need to eat. Yummy, yummy unknown. Could it be the cargo container? No, because one still spawned after I did that, so that's why I don't think it's that. Oh, 1 power cell? 1? There's still 1. There. Yay! Thought I'd fix up all my batteries while I was remembering it. And now... And that's a not fun sound hearing from there. Let's save. Exit. And we'll reload and see if that works. Probably could have just done a quick save, but whatever. I did delete the grids earlier. That's what I thought might have fixed it. Okay. Those are all different. Oh, there are a lot of signals that aren't getting cleaned up. Like a lot. Let's go remove those. Distance from players. Let's just get rid of everything that's more than a kilometer away. No, because I need to not get rid of the stations. Okay, 2 stations. There we go. It's there. It's appeared. So it must have been a PCU limit thing. That's good to know. What do we have here? Bunch of wreckage and stuff. So let's claim the grid, because that might help. Modular cargo! Yes! Actual decent-sized cargo container. It's funny you know this truck, Gimme Cat. All right. Now I do need to get ahead of the sun so that I can do something with this. Oh, I want to put it somewhere safer than right on the back, but I don't have anywhere I can put it. Thank you for the reminder about the claiming. There was a mod someone sent me that meant that I didn't have to do that, and I forgot to add it. I will also do this. Oh, wait, no. Let's find the reward first, before I start deleting things at random. Is it in the cargo container? Where is it? Doesn't appear to be on the truck. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, no. Could be in the dumpster. Nope. Nope. It's not in the dumpster. Oh. Uh-oh. Where is it? Where is it? It's not
Inventory
a collector,
full.
is it? No? Oh, dear. Could be in one of these.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Nope.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh, boy.
Inventory full.
Just grinding everything now.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
There's any cargo in here that I can see. Event. Programmable block.
Inventory full.
I don't want that event controller. Small connector on the hydrogen tank? Yeah, it could be that. Nope. What else has inventory around here?
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh. Hey! What the heck was that? What did I grind down that gave me that? Found it though. Was it the fridge? I thought I looked in the fridge. Well, that was how I started looking. No, I checked this. I checked the ones in the dumpster by just grinding everything. No, that was how I did that. That's hooked up. Right. Let's get moving. There's another site up ahead. Sweet. Every single one of my batteries is fully charged now. The the big battery on the end of the stalk still has a megawatt. What was it? A megawatt hour? 648 kilowatt hours. It still has a sizable amount of charge. See you, Vampire. Is there anything on the roof of that building? I didn't recall seeing anything as we drove up. But now that you mention it, it might be... Oh, no, I don't think there was anything. No. No, I don't think so. I'm not going back. I think you claimed that event controller. I think you are correct. Oh, I need to add the mod that stops that from being a thing that I need to do. So I'm gonna forget. No, some of the warehouses do have... Don't make assumptions, Takari. These are all new spawns. Because you know what happens when you assume. You make a donkey out of more than one person. No, I've got weld plates. They just cost computers. Probably have enough computers now that it doesn't matter, but... you know what? No, I don't. Maybe I do. I got over 200. So I probably could start using them. Yeah, weld plates requiring computers early on is costly. It's something that's... It's just a thing. You have a solution that doesn't cost you computers, so it doesn't really worry me. Merge blocks are fine. They're annoying for things like gyroscopes, because you probably want to put an armor block on the bottom of the gyroscope and then merge it down, but for pretty much every other block, it's not an issue. I am gaining sunlight, because I am heading very west right now. Much steel plate am I holding? Probably too much. You know what? Not as bad as I could be. It's less than 1,000, I think. Hey, Neon God. Yeah, I've been trying to ditch steel and interior plate whenever I come across it, because I think it's one of those things that I've intentionally just made abundant. So you're not carrying it, your cargo becomes less of an issue. Thanks, Perseus Boone. Thank you for 22 months. What's the ultimate goal? The ultimate goal of Scrapyard should be getting off the planet. I think I might have found one hydrogen thruster so far. There's a part of me that's tempted to leave the ultimate goal as get a prototech assembler and make prototech assemblers able to make everything, including the frames, but not scrapyard space, so you have to deal with the vanilla economy at that point, which can speed up gameplay considerably, and I think that's fine. Because I think the interesting part of Scrapyard is on planet in space. It never really grabbed me. I know some people have had some fun with it, but I don't know. It always felt like it was lacking something in space. Because the traversal is just get to 100 meters per second, turn off my dampeners, and cruise. Okay. What do we have this time? Someone remind me to delete these spawns when I leave. Oh. Oh. Looking at the wrong inventory. If I claim it, maybe it'll not count. I don't know. Oh boy. No. Go, got bits. So I think the issue with the spawns is not so much the way I spawn this stuff in, but the fact that I've got cleanup turned off. So hopefully if you turn cleanup on, it'd be fine. So I'm not sure you can actually turn off cleanup on console. Anyone confirm or deny that? Can we turn it off on console? Alright, let's get some daylight and get some building done. You're alright, there was solar at that one. Let's not reverse all the way there. That seems like a bad idea. Yeah, I'm nervous to delete the grids. Although it shouldn't matter, should it? I was nervous to delete the grids, but because I was like, oh, maybe it'll break the missions, but it shouldn't do anything. Let's get some solar cells. Have you got any? No. Have you got any? No. Alright, we'll just take yours.
Inventory full.
Yeah, last time I asked, no, someone said no. Good to know that I've forgotten and keep asking anyway. Whoops. There we go. Got all the bits. Let's go. I'm ignoring large grid solar for the moment. Just because I realized I didn't really have any space to put it down. See, it does. Okay, don't do that while driving. Alright, that'll do. Let's roll. Does anything in Scrapyard have the new solar panels? The new Scrapyard? Yes. Yes. Some of the buildings do have the new solar panels. I've gone much more heavily into solar this time around. I haven't yet gotten around to adding in the... So, let me start this story from the beginning. In the old Scrapyard, you beelined for anything with a wind turbine, because if you got a wind turbine, you were set for power. Which was, you know, fair enough. Now, wind turbines, I'm going to add a collectible component that is unique to them. Much like solar panels have. So solar panels have their solar cells. Wind turbines are going to have some sort of generator component. It will be grindable, so it won't grind to scrap. You'll be able to collect them. But it means when you find your first wind turbine, that probably isn't going to solve your power problems. You're going to have to find more than one to collect the bits to make sure you can get one to work. So that solar cells and so the solar panels and wind turbines both have similar downsides, and wind turbines are just going to be less common. Yeah, like a stator, something. I have had some suggestions from people on names, then I wrote them down. I've just forgotten them right now. So that's the plan. Because I'd like to make solar panels more viable and make wind turbines feel like more of an achievement. I'm going to ignore that Atmo thruster because I want to change how frequent they are, and this is one of the older spawns. See how there's two in here? Yeah, I want to change that. They're a little too common. Also, looking at how much food I've got, how do you guys feel about the food situation? I think it's okay. I think it's kind of fine. I never wanted it to be like, oh my god, I'm starving, I've got to find the next thing. Oh my god, I'm starving, I've got to find the next thing. But equally, so many people wanted food in this that I was like, oh yeah, all right. And if you spent lots of time building at home, like if I had a base to build on, I'd probably be pushed a little bit more for food. And yeah, it's somewhat going to be okay for multiplayer, isn't it, as well? If you're dying more, food may become scarce. True. You have to eat after each death. What am I going to do with this mountain range? That is long. I'm going to go... I'm going to try and go around it. This way. When are you planning on putting this mode out for everyone to play? Don't know. When I feel like it's ready. I don't have a defined thing for that. Just whenever I happen to feel it's ready. I don't want to give myself a deadline for it or anything like that. I want to make it as good as I possibly can. Because it's not like when I first made Scrapyard and there's no alternate out there. There's still the original. I just want to make this a genuine, no brain, no contests upgrade over the other one. Like, to the extent that I may well, in the scenarios that I have on the workshop, replace the original. But I haven't decided what I'll do with that yet, because it'll depend on how it all works and whether it feels different enough. Because if it feels, I hope it feels different enough that it feels like a genuine sequel rather than just a little upgrade, an iterative change. Do I get a lot of support questions? Yes. When I release a pack? Yes. But whether I do or not? Yes. I am very much starting to move toward the idea that my Steam Workshop mods will not have comments enabled so that people can just ask me questions on Discord, because trying to follow stuff on Steam is just a pain. How's the big battery doing? Seems to be still going okay. Like at full tilt, 13 minutes of power. I totally understand why some people don't enable comments on their Steam Workshop. Because you can have the answer on the previous page and people won't see it. There with that. Oh, trees. I don't think I want to run into trees while that battery's there. Full tilt, bad choice of words with that proboscis. True. Yeah, Tenebrous, that's the other thing. Not only is it common for comments not to get read, it's common for the description to not get read. And it's also common for me to not have written this description all that well in the first place. Or for people to want me to write, patch notes. I don't want to write patch notes. I just want to do the thing. Don't make me do documentation. So many people ask me for documentation for things. I'm like, I just don't wanna. But I don't wanna. I am not a good developer. Comment your code. Never! I will use spaces. I will not comment. I'll do all the bad things. Yeah. On the money there, unidentified flying cheese, ex-healthcare worker doesn't want to do documentation because of how much I had to do. Oh. It's so annoying. A lot of it reasonable, but some of it ridiculous. Documentation without spaces. What is this, the medieval era? No, I totally get why people want that stuff. It's just... Modding is a thing I do because I like having new stuff to play with and I like making these scenarios. The documentation makes it into work, though. That makes it feel like I'm doing it as a job. That's not a part of gaming that I want to turn into a job. Not at this stage, anyway. Documentation isn't for users for future you. I mean, if I was writing code, sure. But I'm writing it, I'm like filling out XML sheets. The information's right there. Oh, that was going to get rocky. Because as you've seen, when I play Stationeers and I write my IC10 code, I do, when you guys remind me, comment things to help myself in the future. I don't write code mods. Biozombie, well done. Unfortunately, no, I should not make a Scrapyard water world. The biggest reason is performance. The concept is cool, and The Fool actually did do a version of it, but Scrapyard already pushes performance limits because the number of grids and the number of things being spawned in. If you add to that the physics performance impacts of water, and then all those grids being in the water and moving, it's going to kill your game so fast, or it's going to be such a pared back experience that I'm not convinced it's the right thing for me to spend my time on doing. Now, if Keen get water working well enough in SE2 and give us code mods in SE2, maybe. But the water mod in SE1, no. Not as it stands right now. And it certainly wouldn't work as a server play thing. Yeah, it's one of those things that unless you've actually messed with these mods on the creation side, you probably won't have realized how just bad they can be. There is a risk of offense somewhere in there, because that's a water tower, and so I'm not going to go any closer. I'm going to drive around that. I have made some good headway on the daylight. I think I should be able to stop at this next site and actually do some more building on the rover. Is SE2 worth another look at? Wait till the next update. I would say no, not until the next update. That's because I love wheels. I'm betting trying to sink water physics turned out not to be fun. Hey, look. I'm glad Keen decided to do something that was going to push the limits of what SE can do. I'm hopeful that water means we'll also get aerodynamics, even though they've said they won't. But they said they wouldn't do planets for SE1, and yet here we are. So, you know, things can change. I'm hoping they can manage to pull it off well enough to make it playable. The stuff I'm interested in SE2 for is static small grids, because for a scrapyard, static small grids means I no longer need mag plates. It means that things can be embedded a little bit in the ground and it's perfectly safe. It opens up so many options for builds and details and changing ways of doing stuff. And I honestly do like the idea of being able to build a boat, even if there's not really all that much to water for a boat in SE, because you don't have any sort of structural integrity. Like the boat can't snap as it goes over the top of a wave because the front end's too heavy and it's not strong enough. But building a dam and turning it into a provider of power is kind of cool. I like that idea. Oh yeah, and the wind gusts. That's an interesting one. I haven't watched those videos, but I wonder if that's going to be SE2's lightning. What I mean by that is, wind is all well and good when you can feel it or see its immediate effects in the game world, not just in your grid suddenly translating in a way that's unpredictable. So if it happens just during big storms, and you see the rain going sideways and like that, yeah, I think that could actually be quite cool and give a reason to have weather other than just visual effects and adding static sounds to the background audio. But if it's happening even just normally and it just creates this weird, your grid just moves around a bit, I think people are going to find it annoying. So it'll probably require some tuning from whatever their original implementation is. I suspect. See, Azure, I'm the exact opposite. Weather is interesting when it has the potential to impact the things I build. Weather when it's just an effect, although it could be just because the sound design of SE's weather isn't great. Like weather in Icarus, the sound design is amazing. And so you really feel the storms, and you feel that change. And so the weather never bothered me once there because the sound just made it feel great. But the weather sounds in SE are terrible. Could become, as you say, like the lightning that gets you underground. Yeah. But yeah, it's, Oh! Oh! An unknown signal! Some reason landing right next to this building. Oh! Whoops. Nobody saw nothing. That hole doesn't exist. Oh, don't tell me I just broke off the button. I think I just broke off the button. Oh man! It's an unknown signal that broke the button off. Well, serves me right. That was such a Capac move, you were absolutely right. Assuming I had less inertia than I actually did. Oh man. If you're hearing audio issues, it's a Twitch problem, not my problem. I can't fix it. Here we go. Here's a proper new shiny grid. Yeah. Speaking of microwaves. Little campsite. I don't think I got around to adding loot to these. No, I didn't. But there is loot in something around here, and I gotta find it. There it is. That was unexpectedly easy. Yeah, there's no power for the button to work. The door closes on this. Very 7 days to die. Yes. Someone else has mentioned that. Might have even been you. Because someone mentioned it on the Discord. That this was very 7 days to die. Helicopter on roof is interesting. Yeah. There might be stuff up there. There is no path up there though, so I'm gonna have to build one. Decoration on this planet sponsored by Emmy. I really like Emmy's little trucks. They're so good. So you're gonna see a lot of them. And also Emmy submitted a lot of them, a lot of variants, so you're gonna see a lot of them. I will be right back. I need to take a quick bio break. Let's pause so I actually have time to do some building. With a crane, I could reach the roof and turn it into a ramp, or as was just suggested, a fire engine long ladder type. It made me think, if you had strong grabby hands so you didn't worry about having cranes, you could still have the justification for building a ladder that allows you to climb up to the top of things if I hide more loot on the roof of things. Not sure if there's anything up there. There might be like an event controller, but I've got the important objective loot. Now I need to do some rearrangement on the trailer. I'll set a bed and kitchen to Rover for RP purposes. Yeah. Yeah, I should do that. Okay. Need to offload a bunch of stuff here. So I've got room to move. I want to try and get as much of this locked down as I can. Like, properly locked down. Nope. Right. Oh, don't crush myself. Can you cook meat on the campfire? The campfire is actually a really convenient block. It's the heat vent. So, I don't know whose build did this. I didn't realize the heat vent did the same fire effects as a hydrogen thruster. So it's now the perfect campsite block because it doesn't give away a hydrogen thruster. So I love it. That was one of the builds I did last night. That one. How is that stuck on? Oh, there's a map right down. Pick this up. Ooh. I can't pick that up. Okay. I have to be careful with that. I also can't pick these up together. Stop grabby handsy. Good. I'm starting to get to a level of grabby hand strength where I think I'm happy with it. Still needs a little bit less, but not too much. No, don't you go rolling off. No. Stay. Yes, I did nerf grabby hands a bit this week. I think I took it from 10,000 down to 7,000. So it is a fairly significant drop. Alright, hydrogen tank, let's get you hooked up. Not sure I need 2 hydrogen tanks, but I've got them now. Next up, what do I do? Let's move this hydrogen engine up here for the moment. Oh wait, no, that's a terrible spot to put that. What am I going to do with the modular cargo? That's what I should probably figure out. Maybe off the back of this hydrogen tank? Oh dear, I'm going to have to deal with you. Come here. Yeah, I think it'll fit quite nicely there. Remember, the trailer is not as long as it's going to be. It's going to get longer. The cheese. Oh, I forgot the cheese. Yeah, I'm going to need a cheese release spot as well. Aren't the H2 tanks piped through small conveyors? Yes, they are. but that can be worked around.
Meteor storm inbound.
I do this differently. Like this. There we go. Because now I've got those side ports, I should be able to figure out a way to connect up to them. Somehow. Because you can use... there is a cheesy way I can do it. I just can't think of a better way to connect these up unless I get a second one and I cut out part of the floor to wedge it into the floor of the trailer. At which point I kind of want to move the mediums out of the way, I guess. Or maybe I put the modular for now on one side and put all the mediums on the other. That might be a better plan. Put this off again. All right, let's do that. Just want to be absolutely sure I'm grinding the right thing and not grinding something else that underneath. How long is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
7.
Full. Inventory.
And a little bit extra for good measure.
Full. Inventory full. And merge block here. Yeah, I think this was the better option. This keeps it all nice and piped up. And if I get another one of these, I can replace the medium cargoes that'll be on the other side. As a way to deal. Whoa! Okay. That's slightly terrifying. Was really worried I was going to turn around and the modular cargo was going to be way up in the sky when that just happened before. There we go. Merged on. Excellent. Nice. That's a sizable amount more cargo. Now let's go the mediums in. I think I'm going to ditch that large grid cargo. Having these extra medium cargoes and the modular cargo feels like a much better way to keep going forward. Trailer's gonna need another trailer. Yeah, it can get longer. My plan originally was to add an extra set of axles on this, so that then I could lever out over the back of it too. The good part about getting this stuff down here where it is that then I can store blocks on top of it. I can make like a platform to put stuff on top. Weird. Oh, it's telling me there's something in the way. Is it? Oh, because there's still a little block stuck on here. Nope. There we go. Oh, build info. The extra random stuff you add to this that I don't expect, that's really quite handy. What? There's another one! Oh, man. Yeah, build info does some really cool stuff. It also does some stuff that I turn off by default, but there are there's so much that I leave on that it's so worth having. Ah! Not winning at life right now. Down in there. There we go. Okay, now we got another one to put in. Yes, it's getting darker. But making real progress on the truck. That's what I really wanted from the stream today. I wanted to make real progress on the truck. Like having the hitch fixed, moving the cockpit, getting these cargo containers on, getting all the batteries in place. This is meaningful progress. I've got charge from that big battery up the front, so I've even got like more charge on the truck. It's fully charged right now. All of its batteries. All 7 of them. There we go, those are done. Now, what else is up the front? Need to move the survival kit at some point. That may not happen on this stop, even though that was what I was hoping to do. That event controller I can probably find a spot for relatively quickly, but I think let's decide on the engines. Where do I have engines right now? Do I just have the one? Don't I pick up any other engines? If I thought, oh, engines are so common, I don't need to worry about it. I may have done that. Interesting. Okay. I do have another medium cargo to move though, so let's do that. I'd like to get rid of all these connectors and move this medium cargo across. Have all my cargo in the trailer. Should we be putting more cargo weight on the tractor? Well, that's why the tractor has so many batteries and they're mounted at the front. So the 4 batteries at the front gives hopefully a useful amount of leverage to push down on the front of the tractor while the trailer pushes down on the back. I know not if it is enough. That's part of the fun. Because we learn these things as they happen. I'm gonna merge block this down there. Can move it later if it's not good, but at least this means it's actually down. I need to ditch this food somewhere. I need a food container. I'm gonna put a little storage box up front, or a couple of them up front. They're my food containers. do that for now. This one can get med kits. That. Oops, wrong tool. There we go. Now my inventory looks a bit better. Hey. That's progress. Oh nice, store all the food in the crash bumpers? Yeah. What could possibly go wrong there? I don't know why you're worried. It's perfectly safe. Definitely. Oh, there that goes. Oh, look at that. Look at all that space on the truck for activities. Four wheels for trailer? Yep, that's the plan. Not sure it's going to happen this time, but that's the plan. Can I grow stuff on a rover? Yes. But I would have to have a conversion to large grid, and I would have to find the food growing stuff. Which I have not implemented into the mod yet. So you can't actually find any food stuff. You can find food and feed yourself that way, but you can't actually get any to grow yourself. Alrighty, let's go. I put a merge block there. I probably can. It's over. Okey-dokey. Get this one merged down. Hey. All right, we are getting somewhere. So my next thought is shoot the spiders. And then I'm going to extend this tray out a bit, put a new ramp on, get this. What else have I got to get up? The engine and the O2H2 gen. Cool. So I've had another set of wheels there. I could probably... maybe to there, without the back end getting stuck on stuff. Maybe even a little further. They so much space for putting things down.
Oh, man. Need more steel plate. That'll help. So the trailer will reach the edge of the planet. Yes. I'm going big because, well, what's my alternative? Having to be selective on what I pick up? I don't think that sounds like fun. Already having to be selective a little bit. Oh, right. That's, yeah. Yeah, don't attack me like that. Why make the trailer longer? You could just add another trailer. I could. But I also know how hard that is to drive. And I'm not ready. I gotta get a crane first. So yeah, that'll be the plan. Then we need a ramp at the back. Me.
Energy low.
Those shadows are getting very long. That's so going to scrape on something, but that's fine. It's really easy to run up onto. Hinge ramp. Oh, yeah, that would make more sense, wouldn't it? So I can get out of the way. Yep, tailgate. Definitely best approach here. Come on, speed build, speed build. Let's do this. Yes. Hinge ramp does equal happy me because it is more subgrids. This is true. I won't deny it. I go like that. Wonder if I'd be able to reach that one. I probably wouldn't. Ah! Go away! We gonna have time for living quarters on this stop? No, probably not. Probably not. That sun is very low. See how that works. We go down. Say there. Yeah, that's super easy. A tiny little hop. Okay, so what's our angle? -30.
Upper limit of 90. Hinge tailgate. Reverse. Needs faster. Yes, better. There we go. Okay, now I just need to make a bunch of mag plates to bring landing gear to bring these things aboard. They're down on the ground right now. Guess I'm gonna get moving.
Critical.
So I do not have time to put them on properly. But I made the trailer so long this time that these aren't going to be in my way of doing my next upgrade. Which means I don't have the whole move them on, move them off, move them on, move them off thing that I've had on my previous stops, like this one. Yes, and thus darkness descends upon the land. Still got more junk to lock down. Quick. I may actually want to make it so this ramp doesn't need a jump to get up it. Can change that in the future. Any more things we got? 2. Oh. Still the wrong suspensions. What? I don't think I did the wrong suspensions. I'm pretty sure I did left and right correctly. And the 5x5s. Because I wasn't using shorts. Okay, there we go. Oh, I did use shorts on the others. Huh. Wait. Did I use shorts on these? I did. Ah. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Because I was planning on fixing that en route, so let's fix that now. Now, that's top. Oh, we'll see if I've got those right. That's just armor. And I'm going to grind this down. Tailgate up.
No energy.
Oh no. Had to do it. I haven't used the cheese enough today. Had to be done. Let's roll. Oh, hey, I'm leaving the research materials marker behind now. Nice. Just curious, how would you join a large grid container on anyway? Put a small grid 3x3 rotor on, remove the rotor part, attach a rotor, then drop a large grid part on it. I'd prefer to do that way than use a double connector because the connector is so bulky.
whereas the rotor parts are actually quite compact. Plus the connector's heavy. The connector's a valid option if you can fit it though. And easier. The connector is an extra cargo, the two of them are, but it's so bulky. Large grid blocks, they're really, like when you're building small grid, you can see just how big they are. You lose that sense of scale when you're building just in the split grids, but I think when we get to SE2 and we're building in the mixed grid, it's going to be so much more obvious when you're building something big. Let's see how we can go with this. Is this... No, I can't see enough right now. I was going to try and fix the trailer wheels and get them attached, get them added, but I just don't think I can right now. Yeah, the lack of a grid size is going to... I think it's going to have some unexpected impact on the way you build once you really get into it, because you can put detail in everywhere. And then it's trying to decide where, and you actually have to make a more conscious decision about that, because it's tempting to add lots of small grids to your large grids in SE, but it's just, you know that it's work, and then it never works out quite so tidily, so I'm probably going to add heaps more than I should. Oh, it's definitely going to be a performance hog. 100%. That's why they didn't do it. How bad it is, who knows? But it's definitely going to be a hog. Oh, hang on. Oh, there goes a tree. Hooray, we got wheels. Look at that. Now the trailer doesn't feel quite as silly. Although I did gap the wheels bigger than I intended to. Oh well. I don't know why on earth you would be worried about a single unwelded block holding up the cockpit, a single unwelded block that's right next to a large grid battery. It's a trailer for server play, yeah. What could possibly go wrong, indeed? Should probably be heading vaguely for this technical blueprints. So where is my station? Ah, I've almost made it halfway around the planet. Sweet. A spider could not bite the cockpit off. I haven't seen the spiders actually do any grid damage. Even on the cockpit. I know they're meant to attack the cockpits and they kind of climb all over them, but I haven't seen them do any damage. So I'm wondering whether they changed that. Or if it's just I've been lucky. I thought they did some damage to my cockpits in my last Twitch integration series that I did. My escape from Pertum. But I feel like I'm not certain on that either. But shooting at a spider absolutely could, yes. And that'd be kind of funny. Wonder how much cargo space I've actually got back there. Like I've got pretty much 2 empty mediums, and the modular is more than half full. Okay. So I've got an okay-ish amount of storage. By Scrapyard standards, anyway. And the trailer looks like it's long enough that I could probably fit another modular cargo on the end of the existing one. Without any great issues. There was a spawn this way. Where is it? Oh. Oh, it's hiding in the grass. Oh. It's the Chinook. With a car inside. Do you have anything fancy? Front? I feel like you might. Can't see a lot jumping out at me. There's an event controller. There we go. Don't know why I want an event controller, but I kind of feel like I should want them. They're the sort of thing if I don't collect, it will annoy me later. Flushy, and I don't need programmable block. And I'm stuck in this hole. Any use for ore detectors in this? Possibly. If I hadn't stolen the big battery from that base, yes, because I was planning on running off hydrogen. But because I stole that big battery, I've now got full charge, so I don't need to worry about that for now. Up goes the tailgate. Oh yeah, that was one of the things we talked about, wasn't it? Using an event controller to set up a have a sun tracker set up and linked to an event controller. Oh, well, let's go check that one out. Using a sun tracker to do that, yeah. That's right. Sun tracker has angle sets off alarm. Those of you who play Scrapyard in such a way that you collect absolutely everything must be losing your hair over the way I'm playing this series. The number of things that I'm just like, well, no time. I'm off. Or you could look at the sky. Yeah, but having alarms is fun. Not fun music. No, that's not a fun alarm. Event controller, park engaged equals ramp down. Yes. Yes. 100% that. Where is this thing? Be able to see it by now. Hello? Hello? Ah, there it is. Start playing the theme to Jaws or something when the sun gets too low. I mean, event controller just to raise the ramp when I start, when any speed is achieved by the vehicle. Whoa! Oof. That would probably be a good safety feature, because I have a bad tendency to leave ramps deployed when I start driving off. Yeah, I could do the ramp deploy on cockpit entry exit. Let's check this out. Anything in the boxes? No. My rover is making a lot of noise. Oh man, I wish I could see storage bins from another storage bin. I don't want to take one of these trucks. I do like that you can access them from beneath. That was good design. Oops. I guess my one way to claim this thing. Oh well. Off we go. Nothing much here. Solar panels. I should grab those. Cells. Done. So at the moment, the number of spawns we have in... Oh, whoa, okay. This is worryingly dark. I stayed here too long. At the moment, the number of spawns I have in the in the mod for the vanilla style spawns is, I think, 19 different ones. 6 different building types, but 19 different spawns. So it's not a huge variety, but it is getting to something decent. It's getting there. Was that a scrap spawn or a contract? That was a planetary encounter. Just one of the random planetary encounters that the Keen system can spawn. The spawns get destroyed by the night storm. No. I'm pretty sure they don't. Yeah, no headlights. Do you know why? Because I've been staying in the daylight all the time, so by the time it gets dark, I'm in too much of a rush to build headlights, so I don't build them. And then I'm in the daylight, so I don't think to build them. Because it's light, I don't need them. For reference, how many spawns does Keen have in their system? Fewer. For planetary spawns, I think they've got 8. But all of their 8 are unique, so I've kind of got 6 to their 8. But I've got variants of each of those 6. So it's kind of... Yeah, it's hard to say which one has more. But yeah, I will end up with a lot more than their system. Ooh, what do we got up here? Nope. Nope. I'm not gonna work at trying to get that down. I don't have a crane and I really need a crane.
It's keen to randomize the look in their spawns. The paint, yes, that's it. The paint and the loot get randomized. I've implemented loot randomization in mine for some of them. The ones that I did late last night did not get that implemented because it's something I have to do after I export the SBC files and manually put in a particular bit of information for each container that has randomized loot. I created my own loot tables for that. So a lot of this past week was actually setting up the infrastructure and understanding what I need to do to be able to implement more spawns more quickly. And my goal for now is to try and get all of the large buildings that I have in my build world into the game as spawns. And then, once I've got all them implemented, is then duplicate that work and implement all of those as MES spawns. Which actually brings me on to something I've been doing each week, which is setting you guys a bit of a build challenge. So what I'm going to do quickly is load up my build world and show you guys what I have and what we got from this week. And what I'm going to set as the challenge for this coming week. Because I got some really, really cool stuff as the clutter submissions from last week that have allowed me to deck out these buildings much more quickly and deck out these spawns in a much more interesting way, which is great. From doing things like that little campsite, those were submissions, doing things, having those little trucks broken down and all these other bits and pieces for you to search. And this is the build world. So you can see there's a lot more to be implemented. I've got most of those warehouses up to the Quonset huts, and then I've got some of the road pieces from way down the end there. This is the clutter that I brought over so far. And as you can tell, performance on this world is hurting. I have a lot of grids in this world. So what I would ask for this week are houses. Now, houses should not be particularly large. I'll show some examples of what houses have been in Scrapyard so far, which are all the way down here. I'd like to get some more buildings that are houses. I'm going to move the daylight because we can't see anything properly. There we go. So it'll be large grid houses. So ideally, no bigger than, say, this one, which is what? 5 by 5-ish? 5 by 7? That sort of size. I'm not likely to use anything bigger than that. You can submit stuff that's bigger, but unless it's particularly special or fits and I'm like, oh my god, that's too cool, I've just got to include it anyway, I'll probably skip over anything that's large. But yeah, large grid houses. Because I want to start implementing some of these as things that we'll come across so that it's not just big warehouses, but it's also smaller stuff like this. Where it'll be a house and a single car or just a house. They do not need to contain wind turbines. In fact, probably better that they don't, and some of them have solar instead. Or no power source is fine as well. But yeah, that's going to be the build challenge for this week, because I would like to pad out the number of houses. Places you can go into and go, oh, this has actually got all the things for being a house. I can set up base here and build my own warehouse. But I'd like the house. Or I'm going to steal this as my living space and take it over to my warehouse that I've already made as my base. So that's kind of what I'd be looking for. No, Takari, just a house. If you want to try and fit a garage that somehow miraculously fits a car in it, best luck to you. The houses do not have to be at ground level. They can be raised up ones like those ones there. The houses tend to be less of the 20th century vibe than the rest of the builds in the save, because it's handy to have them up on a post just so they conform to the terrain better and you don't end up with grass in the bedroom.
So yeah, large grid submissions this week. We've had 2 weeks of small grid submissions. Let's do large grid. Because I don't think there's enough to be gained for the performance hit to go with small grid buildings placed on top of a large grid platform. The likelihood of clanging out because it's intersecting with the voxel is high, and the performance hit for the benefit when we've got all the DLC decorative blocks, I just don't think it's there. Someone could prove me wrong by making something epic that I'm like, oh, I've got to figure out how to include this. But as a general rule, it's probably not going to be included if it's small grid. Yeah, there's stuff that's surprised me and someone's achieved it. I'm like, that's heaps bigger than I was imagining. But I can pop one of those in and that completes the whole factory look, so I might use it. Yeah, looks over function. Also, please don't put reactors in them. And also, there was a Reliant Robin that was submitted, which was really well made. Or a Regal Reliant. It's really well made. But for some reason, it had 2 hydrogen thrusters in it that I had to dig out and delete. So I was like, come on! Hey, Ninja Biggers, what about warheads? Well, it's large grid, so please don't put warheads. They do too much damage. That'd wipe someone out. Like, that could Stone Age someone. The warheads on the little sheds that I've got give you a lot of warning. They give you a big, loud alarm. And they don't do much damage. So it's very much jump scare, not real scare. So that's why I went with those, and I think they feel about right. But I did wonder if the hydrogen thrusters were somehow a reference to something, because there are references to some show that I've never heard of on that Regal Reliant van. Yeah, the 30-meter hole in the ground from the large grid warhead is problematic. I think I got gun shy on large grid warheads when I did a stream with Hat Films. So this is maybe 5 years ago. One of the grids, I don't think it was my grid either. I think it might have even been one of Lucas's mods. But I had the guys went up to, so for those of you who don't know who Hat Films are, they've content creators who've been around on YouTube since the early days. They play, 3 guys who play games together and do like machinima type stuff. They've been officially contracted to do like Minecraft trailers and stuff like that. Oh, that's sketchy with the battery up there. So one of the guys contacted me and was like, hey, we've been struggling to have like a purpose, and like any chance you would be able to come along and help us out and help the guys understand what's going on. And so I was like, yeah, sure. I convinced them to walk up to this base, and I thought, oh yeah, this will be funny. I know that thing's got a warhead, I'll stand back. Blam! And I thought I'd stood back far enough, and I didn't. Like, it wiped out such a big area that I still got killed by it. I was just like, yeah, no. At this point, they're just a bit much. So,
I was just like, no. Large grid warheads are a problem. Yankee Skid, if you're not playing with mods, you will never find uranium on Mars. Uranium is in space on asteroids only. Why are you making whimpering noises, Charlie? You're just lying on your bed staring at me, making I'm thinking and you're not giving me answers noises. What did you eat to take damage? Hardtack. Clack clack. What are you doing, girl? You're being very strange. Normally you stand by the door or what you want when you're doing that. I don't understand. You need to communicate by standing near a thing. Give me some context. Can you guys hear that? Through the microphone? Yeah, good. You can hear it. I was hopeful you could in that instance. I'm going to skip that beacon. Let's get some more daylight. But yeah, vanilla scouting of asteroids is a horrific, painful experience. Okay, now she's whimpering by the door, so I will let her out. 1 second. Take your horse, clean it off. Yep. Oh, hang on. 1 second, everyone. I'll be back in just a moment. Just realized it was rainy and miserable and the heater was on in the house and Charlie knows how to open the back door. I had to make sure that she didn't do that. Charlie is an interesting name for a female dog. We wanted something a bit more in between because she has shoulders. It just suited her. Trying to remember what what name the rescue place had given her, but it was something that my partner and I were like, no, not yelling that at the beach. Is Charlie equals shoulders a reference? No. She's just a bit of a beefcake of a dog. Like in the muscly sense.
Meteor storm inbound.
So a name that's a bit more gender neutral. Felt like it would fit, right? That was sort of, I don't know, it just worked for her. I really hope I don't get hit by one of those. Electropro, there's no means that I know of to actually automate a buying daylight thing, but I am going to, for next week, decide on a cost I have to pay in order to buy a night's rest at a trade station. So I may not decide it before I actually go live, so it might be like something we chat about for a little bit just at the beginning, but I want to add that because I think at this point it would be really nice to be able to settle down for a night and get some serious building done, because otherwise I'm just doing a lot of driving, which is interesting to some extent. But the balance is not quite right for me at the moment.
I want to do more building. I think it's the long and short of it. I mean, yes, if I was flying, it wouldn't be an issue, but... There is a small part of me that's like, with enough decoys, could I drive backwards through the night? Could I, could I just line up with enough decoys that it actually lasts? I doubt it. What lurks in the dark? Terrible, terrible weather. Only one way to find out. Pretty sure there's more than one way. Uh-oh. Was not a great view for a second there. Decoys with welders here. Gotta find welders though. I reckon by the time I get to this next salvage site, I'll have a decent amount of time to do some more building and maybe even attach the cockpit by more than a single line of blocks. I have been pushing the limits of how long I've been staying today when I made each of these stops. Ninja, because asteroids don't move. They're static. That doesn't happen. What you may be finding is that they... like... asteroid scanning for ores is a pain in the backside in Space Engineers. It's... in the vanilla experience, it's horrible. You have to fly to an asteroid, you have to fly around it, ideally with a large grid ore detector, because small grid ones just don't have enough range. Fly around it, mark what it has, fly to the next one. Mark what it has, fly to the next one. Mark what it has, fly to the next one. Mark what it has, fly to the next one. And it's not a particularly rewarding gameplay loop. And it's a very time-consuming one, and it is entirely random gen what you're going to find on the next one. So you could just end up finding iron after iron after iron after iron. But there are also some mods out there that may unexpectedly change what's in asteroids. I don't think any of those mods are particularly popular now that food is in vanilla, because one of them was the Daily Needs Survival mod. Oh dear. This is... okay. I think I've got to go right around this. Ready. It's not where I want to be. Yeah, it's really just a case of keep going. If you've scanned some, keep scanning more. You should eventually, just by sheer statistics, get all of the things. Platinum's on moons though. So if you're looking for platinum, you can just go to Europa if you're on Mars. I heard asteroids can despawn if you don't do voxel damage to it. Yes, but it should I think it respawns with the same material. Nice base location. Yeah. Is that big battery empty yet? Nope, because I'm still driving on it. Turns out base batteries, stupid amounts of power. Oh, here we go. Here's a question for you. Something I've been pondering. If I buried batteries deep underground on lots of the big bases, so they don't have easily accessible batteries. If I buried them deep down, I'm talking 20 meters down. In a game mode where it's tough to find grid-based drills, how many of you would try and get those batteries and retrieve them? 20 meters down, so 8 large grid blocks. So, 5-to-1 ratio at the moment. 5-to-2. I'd understand. I'm not supposed to get those. They're just here for gameplay purposes. Yep. Only if desperate. Possibly 1. I've dug the battery out of that house with the buried battery. Don't know if I'd go down 8 blocks. If I don't have one, yes, I would. So, it's something I'm seriously considering doing for the MES spawns, because then I won't have to worry when it doesn't delete the batteries. Because a lot of the time the batteries will get deleted, but every now and then you'll hit a performance hiccup and MES won't delete these things. So if they're deep underground, that's fine, because they'll be hard to get and they'll probably not be worth the effort. But the other thing is, if you don't have grid drills, you probably won't be able to retrieve it without it getting exploded. Because you need to have that large clearance area to be able to do it. No, I don't want to go the warhead and sensor route. I did that for some underground bases in the past, and it's one of those things that on the surface of the idea, I like it because it's trying to push the player to play the way I want them to play. But why am I pushing them to play the way I want them to play? I should be encouraging them to play the way I want them to play by making that more fun than the alternative. And so you could spend hours digging that out and it could explode on you. Or you could spend hours going looking for more scrap, which was where I was kind of thinking on it. It's kind of like the encouragement versus the nullifiers that MES implemented that some people greatly disliked. Well, the risk versus reward of digging down to the battery is, the risk is you spend hours doing that, hand drilling, and it's still embedded in the voxels, and then when you finally loosen it, it explodes. So there's a very real risk. I don't know if it's very high, but there's a very real risk that you could try and free the battery and it would explode anyway. Are you going to include the drill doesn't break blocks mod in the next release? I don't know. I think initially I was leaning that way, but if I'm going to hide batteries underground, probably not. Because I'll mention it and link it in the description so that people can find it easily, but I probably wouldn't, because it would be counterproductive for the push. Is it possible for it to spawn with a lower percentage of power? Yes. Yes, but it's a bit of a pain. Gruz made a mod for me that does enable me to do that sort of thing, but it is a bit of a pain to use with my specific build world setup. But yes, it can be done. I don't know if MES can do it. If MES can apply it, then that would be a much better way of doing it. Make all batteries start with limited or no charge. Because I already do that with the hydrogen tanks. I control how much is in them. But yeah, that's probably not a bad thought, is to, like, with this battery providing this much power, probably make some of them more empty. And still put a connector and steal its power. Yeah, true. You could do that. But yeah, maybe starting them with 200 kilowatts instead of 3 megawatts would be a a big step in the right direction to discourage the bothering to connect it. But you wouldn't even have to dig down to steal the power. You just have to build a connector on the base somewhere and steal it that way. So that would be yeah. Am I Australian or Kiwi? Well, I say fish and chips, not fush and chups, so that probably doesn't help you. If you if you can't tell already, that probably doesn't help you. No, I'm not Kiwi. What about using the non-rechargeable batteries? That would require block mods, and I'm do my best in Scrapyard to avoid block mods. I've been tempted to make my own battery that's just a duplicate of the battery that's impossible to be built, that has a maximum charge and a really slow discharge rate. And that's an alternative, because then it'd be a block mod, but it'd be one that I've made, so it's controlled and it would be removed from the build menu and you just wouldn't be able to use them and they'd be basically useless and not worth your time to dig up. Do you guys reckon that's worth doing? Like, if you knew that a battery had only 500 kilowatts max charge and it had a terrible discharge rate, would you bother digging it up then? I've never said fish and chips. I don't know. It's one of those things, you probably don't hear it when you say it. I don't know how the non-rechargeable batteries were made for industrial overhaul or for Arrows of War, although the Arrows of War ones are just industrial overhaul batteries. So I don't know how those were made. I don't know if it requires something more significant than just duplicating a block entry, because I want to limit it to too much. No, Demos, you can't use a small grid battery because it's underground. That explodes. Does bad things to performance. It's not good. Has to be large grid. Make a 10 by 10 large grid battery. Yep. Thank you, Beldick. Thank you for the 100 Rainbow Unicorns. Thank you for your ridiculous generosity this stream. Now, if I could get away with having the teeny tiny batteries on everything, like just the basic small grid tiny battery and a remote control, if I could do it all that way, I would, but it doesn't work. Yeah, eggs. Eggs rather than eggs. Which is why people find it funny when Kiwis say deck. we go. Almost there. Plenty of sunlight too. That shadow's pretty short. I think the realistically, I could probably just put the battery deep underground, and the effort it would take to recover it would dissuade enough people to make it not game balance destroying. Well, that used to have wheels. Oh, another engine. Nice. Let's first get the... Oh, I think it's... Oh! I understand now! Okay, I'm pretty sure that these markers sit on the grid pivot. Let's check. Yep. Now it makes sense where they show up. Confused me for longer than I could have been confused by that. So the grid pivot, for those who haven't had the joy of dealing with it, is it's sort of the 000 point of that grid, and it is not defined by a specific block. It is just it is defined when you create the grid. So it's a bit of an odd one. Ah. What the? Where's my cheese at? Oh, I need a button for my cheese. I need a cheese button. Oh. I need a catchphrase to say when I throw the cheese at the spiders. Even as something as stupid as like, eat cheese. But it feels like the sort of thing that a superhero would have a terrible catchphrase for. I am not having any luck there. Okay. Oh, can anyone make a good Gouda pun? Is Gouda off me? Or Gouda out of here? Feels a bit too forced. It's close, but it's not quite there. I am not your target. I am not your dinner. Wham. I kind of like that one. Alright, we got the engine. I kind of want to take the fuel on this. How much is in it? 48%. I've got heaps of power and I won't worry about it. That's going to distract me from building. There's a cargo container in the middle of this. Uh-oh. That didn't feel right. Oh, it's empty. Yep, there's Jim. This is why I was asking for clutter of all sorts of different types, because it allowed me to do stuff like this gym, which is cool. Brie off with you.
Red car would be the perfect car for spare time. Yeah. Yeah, this thing drives. It does work. In its current state of repair, it won't, but you can make this thing drive. Yeah, it does actually properly work. All right. Priorities. Let's decide on where these engines should go, I think. I think that should be my goal. I need to kind of think about the whole truck layout at the front, because I want to bring the engines up the front because that's more mass moved towards the front of the truck. I want to, like, I'll keep the O2H2 gens at the back, but I want to bring the engines to the front. I think it's still that beacon that's clanging out, making that noise. What do I want to do? Survival kit should not be in a crash-prone position. It needs to be back from the immediate front. As tempting as it would be to put it here so that I can access it and just go boop, it also would then get in the way of me putting simple forklift-style lifters on the front. Be free, my spider friend. Oh. Did you just dig your way out of my rover? Oh, the big battery's clanging, you think? Could be. Could be part of it. Nah, I think it's still the beacon. It's going to be intersecting with the solar panel. Right. Think. I need a ramp here. Because this is going to be the easiest way to get up to elevated positions on the truck, like where the crane driving position may well be. So let's start with that. See what comes about afterwards. I'm tempted to make the ramp deployable. Because it means I can make it so I can just walk it. And it's one less thing to hit the ground. And I like it, because it's kind of fun having deployable ramps. Lifts are a bit of a pain. Yeah, Vermeer, I'm realizing some downsides to my particular setup here is that I don't get to take projects like this and repair them and do stuff with them. But that means I get to do another playtest later when the mod is closer to ready, where I don't just stay on the move. So you're probably going to see more Scrapyard content from me over the coming months. Hopefully not more than you want, but there's probably going to be more of it, because even when I finish this one, I'll still have other things I want to do. Because I'll still be adding more stuff and need more stuff to upgrade. Side ramp? Or... yeah, it needs to go off the side. Needs to be away from the wheels, though. I'm gonna make this nice and wide. Well, one of the things I'd like to do in SE soon, if there's a time available that I can do it, is do a Twitch integration playthrough with Capac. Haven't told him this. But one where you guys are able to throw all the meteor storms at us with the spiders, similar to what I did before, but have scrapyard stuff as well. So there's like little scrap spawns and things we can find. And do a running game with him, because I think it'll be a lot of fun. But
we need some time that lines up at the moment, and I'm the problem, not Capac, on that front. It doesn't like... My other half is working longer hours at the moment, so I can't do the days that Capac can do. Chunk piercer type game, yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, I put it on upside down. Can't be having that. That should be clear of the wheels. Just fine. Now, the reason I wanted triple hinges here is just because I think it'll look nicer as you walk off the top of the ramp, if it's triple. There is no functional advantage to it. It is purely aesthetic. Something's not happy. Oh, something is so unhappy. Something like that angle, I think. Yeah, same as before. Is there a reason the end one and not the middle one on that 3-point hinge? No. It's just easier. It's an easier one to grab with build vision. Might use a regular button this time. I much prefer the other ones, but I probably won't. I don't think that this thing will fit. Oh, maybe. Maybe it can fit there. Yeah. I was thinking that probably wouldn't fit that well, but actually it looks alright. Whoa. Okay. Goodbye. How did I meet Capac? Capac and I went to school together. We were in high school together. We have been friends for a long, long time. There we go, tractor ramp hinge. Hey! Ah. Yes. Uh-oh. Look, there are probably some blocks back here that aren't happy. I don't know why. Has nothing to do with the fact that I've got too many subgrids in one area. Nope, definitely not. Like, it's even just making clanging noises up front here. Like, it's just coming from everywhere. will double as a rollback over device too. Yes, probably. Alright, engines. I'm walking up here. I don't want to... I think maybe the survival kit could move on top of these batteries. Yeah, that's probably a good spot for it. Let's do that. Now I need to not die. Spinny, spin, spin. Thinking something like this be the way to go. General random clanging, that's normal. I mean, a little bit. It is a little bit normal. The scrapyard play, yeah, it kind of is. Hey, I can die again. Wait, why are you still offline? I accidentally turned you off in the process of that. There we go. That's moved. So that opens up a lot more space too. Oh, those bits probably weren't. Oh no, those bits fell off the thing. Never mind. That was something that came off the survival kit. Roll cage around it? I mean, eh. I've had less than stellar luck with roll cages, to be honest. Now, engines. I just want to... I think maybe the engines could go back here in front of the hitch. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to pop them there, and then put the other one down, and then I can pipe into them quite easily because they're close. I think that'll work. Now, do I want to set them into the floor a bit, though? I think not. Because that'll be a pain if I want to change this later. Stop, snap, up. No! Why? Grabby hands. My favorite mod, why do you hate me so? Unclaimed blocks. Oh, can't merge until I claim the PCU. Interesting. Guess that makes sense, because otherwise you'd be able to cheese PCU. Thanks, Warhawk. Thank you for the Prime sub. Let's grab the other engine. The clang is strong with this one. Yeah. It really is. Just thought I'd weld these up while I'm here. And remembering. Still got plenty of daylight. Oh man, the truck has had progress today. Especially compared to the previous weeks.
Not quite as much as I had hoped in some ways, because I did think I might be able to get a crane started, but more progress in ways that I didn't anticipate. No, not the solar panel. Oh. What was it? I am not your dinner. Or something like that. You really need to make that button, and I really need to move the cheese onto the truck. There we go.
Energy low.
And now more of these guys. Gone with you was the best one, you reckon? I don't know. There were some good ones. I was just terrible at remembering them in the heat of the moment. Oh wait, don't place that until I've welded those up. Hooray! I have engines! They are connected to my fuel supply. I have my solar panels attached to the rover properly. I still have another engine. I forgot I had that engine. Oh. Ah. There's 4 engines, too many engines. Feels like it's just gonna be too loud. Maybe it can go there. Oh, turn you off. Yeah. Looks like those spiders are lactose intolerant. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Ow.
Low health.
Yeah.
Meteor storm inbound.
No, no. Oh. Okay. Cool. I am going to, I think, wrap things up here. I am really happy. Oh man, voice. I'm really happy with the progress this week. We got 2 ramps. I'll be back with some more Space Engineers tomorrow with Captain Shack, doing our Ares of War series. If you have any build submissions, head over to the Discord and send them in. Hopefully people will have some fun building some houses this week, and I'll try and get some more stuff into the mod for more of this next week. I'll be back with some more Mission Improbable for those watching the edited stuff over on YouTube as well. That's coming up as soon as I get the time to do some more recordings. So yeah, this was good fun. I am enjoying this. I'm liking this build. I'm feeling much better about it now that it's spreading out and things are getting into place and I can actually put things in a spot that feels permanent. It's feeling much better. I was feeling a little unsettled by the whole everything's just a jumble and I'm always on the move and it's no plans. But now I got plans. Now things are gonna
This truck is going to look ridiculous. And hopefully next time we'll manage to put a crane on it. So I think that'll be nice. But yeah, be back tomorrow with some more. And I will hopefully see you all then. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.